Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Dawn broke over Diamond City in gentle increments, painting the great green wall with subdued hues of amber and rose. The rising sun transformed the settlement's imposing barrier, its warming rays softening the harsh edges of rusted metal plates and casting long, peaceful shadows across the awakening city below. The distant sound of generators humming to life mixed with the soft murmur of early risers beginning their daily routines, creating the familiar symphony that marked another day in the Commonwealth's largest settlement. High above the main plaza, in the narrow confines of the upper stands, Maria Santos stepped onto her small rooftop terrace, breathing in the crisp morning air that carried the mingled scents of wood smoke and growing things. Her rooftop garden occupied perhaps 20 square feet of precious space, carved from the cramped quarters that defined life in Diamond City's most coveted residential area. Yet within that modest space, she had created something remarkable. Rows of carefully tended vegetables that provided fresh food for her family and a handful of neighbors, in a world where such luxuries were rarely taken for granted. Maria moved through her morning routine with the practiced efficiency of someone who understood that every moment of daylight held value. Her weathered hands, stained permanently green from years of gardening work, checked the soil moisture in each small container with gentle precision. Tomatoes climbed makeshift trellises constructed from salvaged wire and wooden scraps, their leaves already showing the promise of fruit that would ripen in the coming week. Carrots grew in deeper planters she had constructed herself, their feathery tops creating a delicate green canopy that swayed gently in the morning breeze. The terrace offered a commanding view of Diamond City's various levels, from the cramped quarters of the lower stands to the bustling marketplace that formed the settlement's commercial heart. From this elevated position, Maria could observe the daily rhythms of community life, residents emerging from their homes, vendors setting up their stalls, children playing in the narrow walkways between structures. The sight filled her with quiet satisfaction, a reminder that her small garden contributed to the larger tapestry of survival and renewal that defined their shared existence. Near the edge of her terrace, a collection of precious herbs grew in carefully maintained planters. Basil, thyme, and even a small rosemary bush that had been her pride and joy for 3 seasons. These plants required the most attention, their Mediterranean origins making them poorly suited to the Commonwealth's harsh climate. Yet through careful nurturing and protection, they thrived, providing flavors that transformed simple meals into something approaching luxury for those fortunate enough to receive a few leaves. As the sun climbed higher, warming the air and beginning to evaporate the morning dew from her plants, Maria began the delicate process of water distribution. Each plant received precisely the amount needed for optimal growth, no more, no less. Water remained a precious commodity in Diamond City, rationed carefully by city officials who understood that the settlement's survival depended on maintaining strict control over this most essential resource. The water arrived each morning in containers that Maria filled from the distribution point 3 levels below her home. The daily journey down narrow staircases and through crowded walkways had become a meditation of sorts, an opportunity to observe her community and exchange quiet greetings with neighbors beginning their own daily routines. The water itself came from Diamond City's carefully maintained purification systems, clean and safe, but allocated according to rigid quotas that reflected both practical necessity and economic reality. Maria's allocation, as an upper stands resident, exceeded what families in the lower sections received. This disparity had always troubled her, though she understood the logic that governed such decisions. Upper stands residents paid higher fees for their elevated positions, contributing more to the city's maintenance and defense. Mayor McDonough's administration argued that such arrangements ensured adequate resources for those who supported the settlement's infrastructure most substantially. Yet as Maria carefully measured water for each plant, she found herself thinking about families below who might be calculating similar distributions for their children rather than vegetables. The thought created a familiar tension between gratitude for her family's relative prosperity and guilt over the advantages that prosperity provided. She had worked hard to achieve their current position. Her husband's skill as a security guard and her own reputation for reliable seamstress work had enabled them to afford upper stands housing. Still, awareness of inequality created its own burden, particularly for someone whose garden reminded her daily of the relationship between resources and survival. The morning progressed peacefully as Maria completed her plant care routine. She deadheaded spent flowers on her tomato plants, encouraging continued fruit production. Small caterpillars were carefully removed from cabbage leaves and relocated to wild plants beyond the settlement rather than killed, a practice that reflected her belief that even garden pests deserved consideration in a world where all life faced constant challenges. As she worked, the sounds of Diamond City awakening continued to filter up from below. Voices carried on the morning air, traders calling out early bargains, children being prepared for school, the inevitable discussions about weather, security, and the day's planned activities. These familiar sounds created a comforting backdrop to her garden work, connecting her solitary morning routine to the broader community of which she remained an integral part. The peaceful rhythm of her morning was interrupted by voices from Elder Rodriguez's adjacent terrace. Through the thin walls that separated their rooftop spaces, she could hear him speaking quietly with someone else, a conversation too muted to understand, but carrying the tone of serious discussion. Rodriguez had lived in the upper stands longer than almost anyone, a respected elder whose advice was frequently sought by neighbors facing difficult decisions. Maria had always admired Rodriguez's quiet wisdom and practical approach to the challenges of settlement life. Unlike some upper stands residents, who seemed to view their elevated position as separation from community concerns, Rodriguez maintained active involvement in affairs that affected all Diamond City residents. His small terrace adjoined hers, though unlike Maria's garden-based space, his served primarily as a workshop where he repaired household items for neighbors and crafted small implements from salvaged materials. The conversation next door concluded, and Maria heard the distinctive sound of Rodriguez beginning his own morning routine. Unlike her agricultural focus, his activities centered on mechanical tasks. The soft tapping of hammer on metal, the gentle scraping of tools being sharpened, the careful organization of materials for the day's repair projects. These sounds had become as familiar as her own garden work, creating a shared rhythm between neighbors who respected each other's dedication to productive activity. As the morning advanced toward midday, Maria began harvesting vegetables that had reached optimal ripeness. Small tomatoes, their skin still warm from the sun, joined tender lettuce leaves and a handful of young carrots in her collection basket. The harvest would provide fresh ingredients for her family's meals, while leaving enough mature plants to continue producing throughout the growing season. This daily harvest ritual represented one of Maria's greatest satisfactions, the transformation of seeds, soil, water, and patient care into food that nourished both body and spirit. In a world where most meals consisted of processed pre-war foods or simple combinations of traded goods, fresh vegetables provided not just nutrition, but a connection to the agricultural traditions that had sustained humanity for millennia. The morning's work completed, Maria allowed herself a few moments to simply stand among her plants, observing their healthy growth and planning the day's remaining tasks. The sun had climbed high enough to cast sharp shadows across the terrace, requiring her to adjust shade cloth over the more delicate seedlings she was nurturing for the next season's expansion. It was during this quiet contemplation that she noticed something unusual about Rodriguez's water usage. From her position, she could see the collection of containers he maintained for his various projects, and today they seemed oddly numerous. Where Rodriguez typically maintained 2 or 3 water containers for his workshop activities, today she counted at least 6, all appearing to be freshly filled. The observation struck her as mildly curious rather than concerning. Rodriguez's repair work occasionally required additional water for cleaning components or mixing materials for his various projects. Perhaps he had undertaken a particularly demanding restoration task, or planned to help a neighbor with some project requiring extra resources. Yet as Maria continued her garden work throughout the day, she found herself occasionally noticing Rodriguez's activities with mild interest. His routine seemed subtly different, more containers being filled and emptied, more frequent trips to the water distribution point, more time spent organizing materials in ways that seemed less related to his typical repair work. The afternoon brought the familiar pattern of neighborhood social interaction that characterized Upper Stan's life. Mrs. Chen stopped by to admire Maria's tomatoes and share news about her grandson's progress in school. Mr. Patel paused during his daily walk to ask about the herbs Maria was growing, hoping to trade some small household service for a few sprigs of thyme for his wife's cooking. These exchanges represented more than simple neighborly courtesy. They formed the social fabric that made Upper Stan's living bearable despite the cramped quarters and constant proximity to others. Unlike the more transient population of the lower stands, Upper Stand's residents tended to establish long-term relationships based on mutual respect and shared investment in maintaining their community's relative stability. During these conversations, Maria found herself thinking about the broader dynamics that shaped Diamond City life. The Upper Stands represented a small percentage of the settlement's total population, yet their elevated position, both literally and economically, provided perspectives that other residents rarely experienced. From her terrace, she could observe patterns of movement and activity throughout the settlement, seeing how resources flowed and how different areas responded to various challenges. As afternoon yielded to early evening, Maria began preparing for the day's final garden tasks. Plants needed evening watering to replace moisture lost during the day's heat, and tomorrow's harvest required assessment to determine which vegetables would reach optimal ripeness overnight. The evening routine provided a peaceful conclusion to each day's agricultural work, allowing her to end her gardening activities with the satisfaction of tasks completed and plans made for continued growth. It was during this evening routine that Maria witnessed something that transformed her mild curiosity about Rodriguez's activities into genuine surprise. Through the growing shadows of twilight, she observed her elderly neighbor carefully filling multiple containers with water, then beginning a methodical journey down the stairs that led to the settlement's lower levels. The sight struck her as highly unusual. Rodriguez, like most Upper Stands residents, rarely ventured into the lower sections after dark. The official reasoning involves security concerns. Mayor McDonough's administration maintained that Upper Stands residents faced greater risk when moving through areas where they might be recognized as having superior resources, while Maria had always questioned whether such concerns reflected real dangers or convenient excuses for social separation. The practical result was that Upper Stands residents typically conducted their business in lower areas during daylight hours. Yet here was Rodriguez, clearly undertaking some sort of mission that required both discretion and determination, carrying water containers into the lower sections well after most residents had concluded their daily business. The sight created a puzzle that Maria found herself unable to dismiss with simple explanations. Rather than confronting Rodriguez directly or speculating with other neighbors, Maria decided to observe more carefully. Her garden work provided natural cover for such observation, and her elevated position offered clear views of the staircases and walkways that connected Diamond City's various levels. If Rodriguez was engaged in some sort of regular activity, patient observation would reveal patterns that might explain his unusual behavior. Over the following several days, Maria's careful attention revealed what appeared to be a consistent routine. Each evening, Rodriguez would prepare multiple water containers, then make discreet trips to the lower sections of the settlement. His routes varied, suggesting either random destinations or deliberate attempts to avoid establishing recognizable patterns. The trips always occurred during twilight or early evening hours, when diminishing light provided natural concealment, but enough visibility remained for safe navigation. The mystery deepened when Maria realized that Rodriguez's water allocation, like her own, was calculated for household use by someone living alone. Yet his consumption patterns clearly exceeded what any single resident would require for personal needs. Either he was using extraordinary amounts of water for previously unknown purposes, or he was somehow supplementing his official allocation through unofficial means. The second possibility troubled Maria more than the first. Water allocation violations represented serious infractions of Diamond City policy, potentially resulting in reduced rations, relocation to lower quality housing, or even expulsion from the settlement. Rodriguez's respected position in the community would provide some protection against the most severe penalties, but breaking resource management rules demonstrated exactly the kind of behavior that Mayor McDonough's administration used to justify increasingly strict controls over community life. Yet Rodriguez's character made it difficult to believe he would violate community policies for personal advantage. His decades of service to neighbors, his careful stewardship of resources, and his consistent support for community welfare suggested that any rule-breaking would stem from principled motivations rather than selfish desires. The puzzle became not whether Rodriguez was doing something unauthorized, but why such activity would be necessary. Maria's questions found partial answers when she decided to follow Rodriguez during one of his evening trips, maintaining careful distance and using the shadows cast by Diamond City's complex architecture. She traced his route down through the settlement's various levels, toward areas she rarely visited, despite living in the same community for several years. The lower sections of Diamond City revealed conditions that Maria had intellectually understood but never directly observed. Housing here consisted of smaller spaces with less privacy, fewer amenities, and more inhabitants sharing essential facilities. The contrast with Upper Stands living was stark, not just in terms of comfort, but in the visible signs of resource scarcity that affected daily life in subtle but meaningful ways. Children played in the narrow walkways between structures, their games adapted to cramped spaces that offered little room for the kind of activities that Upper Stands families might take for granted. Adults moved with the careful efficiency of people who understood that time and energy were precious commodities that could not be wasted on unnecessary activities. Conversations were quieter, perhaps reflecting the density of living arrangements where privacy required more conscious effort to maintain. Following Rodriguez through this environment, Maria began to understand the context that might explain his unusual water transportation activities. The lower sections faced more stringent water rationing, with families receiving allocations calculated to the minimum necessary for basic survival. Yet basic survival, Maria realized, was quite different from the comfortable margins that Upper Stands residents enjoyed. She watched Rodriguez approach a small dwelling where a woman with 2 young children welcomed him with obvious relief and gratitude. The water containers he carried were received with careful appreciation, their contents clearly representing a significant supplement to the family's official allocation. The exchange was conducted quietly, without fanfare, suggesting both the importance of the assistance and the necessity of discretion. Over the course of the evening, Maria observed Rodriguez make similar visits to 3 other families, each interaction following the same pattern of quiet gratitude and careful discretion. By the time he began his return journey to the Upper Stands, Maria understood that she had witnessed not water allocation violations, but a systematic effort to address resource inequality through direct community action. The realization created a complex mixture of emotions. Admiration for Rodriguez's commitment to community welfare competed with concern about the risks he was accepting by operating outside official channels. Understanding of the genuine need he was addressing wrestled with worry about the consequences if his activities were discovered by city security. Recognition of the moral clarity of his actions conflicted with awareness of the practical dangers created by challenging established resource management policies. Rather than confronting Rodriguez immediately, Maria chose to return to her own terrace and consider the implications of what she had learned. Her garden provided a peaceful environment for such reflection, the familiar routine of evening plant care allowing her to process the emotional complexity of her discovery while maintaining the practical focus that gardening required. As she watered her plants and assessed their continued growth, Maria found herself viewing her own resource usage with fresh perspective. The water she provided to her vegetables represented a luxury that families in the lower sections could not afford for purely aesthetic or supplementary purposes. Her Upper Stands position provided access to resources that enabled her to pursue gardening as a satisfying hobby rather than desperate necessity. Yet the garden also represented knowledge and skills that could benefit the broader community. Maria's understanding of plant care, soil management, and seed preservation could help families throughout Diamond City supplement their nutritional needs through small-scale agricultural projects. The herbs she grew could provide both nutritional and medicinal benefits that might otherwise be unavailable to residents with limited resources. The question became how to use her advantages in ways that supported community welfare without simply replicating Rodriguez's approach. Direct resource sharing addressed immediate needs but did not challenge the systemic issues that created such disparities. Teaching gardening skills might provide more sustainable assistance, but required time and materials that residents struggling with basic survival might not be able to invest. Maria's reflection continued over several days as she maintained her garden routine while processing the implications of Rodriguez's secret activities. She found herself paying closer attention to conversations about water allocation and resource management, seeking to understand both official policies and community responses to those policies. The mayor's recent announcements about increasing restrictions due to pump maintenance issues took on new significance when viewed through the lens of genuine hardship rather than abstract policy implementation. The breakthrough in Maria's thinking came during a conversation with Mrs. Chen, whose family lived in a middle-level apartment that provided more space than lower sections but fewer resources than upper stands housing. Mrs. Chen mentioned struggling to provide adequate nutrition for her grandson, particularly fresh vegetables that might help address some minor health issues that had been persisting despite her careful attention to his welfare. Rather than offering direct assistance, Maria suggested that Mrs. Chen might be interested in learning about container gardening techniques that could work in small spaces with limited resources. The conversation that followed revealed both Mrs. Chen's genuine interest in such knowledge and her practical constraints in terms of time, materials, and water allocation. This exchange provided Maria with a model for community contribution that leveraged her advantages while addressing the broader issues that created resource inequality. Teaching gardening skills could multiply the impact of her knowledge, while empowering other residents to address their own nutritional needs through sustainable practices adapted to their specific circumstances. The idea gained momentum as Maria began discussing gardening techniques with other neighbors, finding widespread interest in learning how to grow food in small spaces with minimal resources. Rodriguez's example had demonstrated the importance of community mutual aid, but Maria's approach could provide education that enabled others to become more self-sufficient while building connections that strengthened the community as a whole. When Maria finally approached Rodriguez about her knowledge of his evening activities, the conversation took place in the quiet space between their terraces during the early morning hours when most residents were still sleeping. She began not with accusations or questions about rule violations, but with appreciation for his community service and an offer to contribute to his efforts through her own areas of expertise. Rodriguez received her approach with cautious gratitude, clearly relieved to have an ally who understood both the moral necessity of his work and the practical challenges it created. His response revealed a more extensive network of mutual aid than Maria had initially realized. Upper stands residents quietly sharing resources, middle-level families providing coordination and communication, lower-level residents offering labor and local knowledge in exchange for materials they could not otherwise access. The network operated through subtle signals and informal coordination, avoiding the kind of organized structure that might attract official attention, while maintaining the consistency necessary for meaningful impact. Rodriguez's role focused on resource distribution, but other participants contributed different forms of assistance, based on their particular capabilities and positions within the settlement. Maria's integration into this network began with teaching container gardening techniques to families in the lower sections, using surplus seeds and starter plants from her own garden to help others establish their own small-scale food production. The work required evening visits similar to Rodriguez's water distribution, but the materials involved were less obviously valuable, and the activities could be presented as neighborly assistance rather than resource sharing. Over the following weeks, Maria discovered the deep satisfaction that came from using her knowledge and resources to address genuine community needs. The families she worked with showed remarkable creativity in adapting gardening techniques to their specific circumstances. often developing improvements to her suggested methods that reflected their more intimate understanding of the challenges involved in small-space agriculture. Children proved particularly enthusiastic students, their natural curiosity about plant growth creating opportunities for lessons that extended beyond simple agricultural techniques to broader understanding of sustainability, resource management, and community cooperation. Watching young people develop skills that would serve them throughout their lives provided Maria with a sense of purpose that exceeded even the satisfaction she derived from her own gardening activities. The network's activities expanded as more residents learned about opportunities to participate in community mutual aid without violating official policies, in ways that created serious personal risk. Teachers shared educational resources. Craftspeople provided tools and materials. Families with cooking skills preserved foods that extended the benefits of successful harvests throughout the year. Mayor McDonough's administration remained focused on maintaining order through strict resource control, but the informal network operated below the threshold of official attention by emphasizing education and skill sharing rather than direct resource redistribution. Activities were scattered across the settlement and integrated into normal social interactions in ways that made them difficult to distinguish from ordinary neighborly assistance. As autumn approached and the growing season began to wind down, Maria found herself reflecting on how her understanding of community and responsibility had evolved since she first noticed Rodriguez's unusual water usage. Her garden had become more than a personal source of satisfaction. It served as a teaching laboratory, a source of seeds and plants for community projects, and a symbol of how individual advantages could be transformed into collective benefit. The network had grown to include dozens of families from all levels of Diamond City, connected through shared commitment to community welfare rather than official organizational structure. Resource sharing continued, but had been supplemented by skill development, educational programs, and collaborative projects that strengthened the settlement's overall resilience, while reducing the inequality that had initially motivated Rodriguez's individual efforts. Rodriguez himself had evolved from solitary water distributor to coordinator of a much more complex system of mutual support. His evening activities continued, but now included facilitating connections between residents with complementary needs and capabilities, organizing informal work groups that addressed maintenance and improvement projects throughout the settlement, and serving as a communication link between the network's various participants. Maria's role had similarly expanded beyond simple gardening instruction. Her elevated position in the upper stands provided valuable perspective on settlement size patterns and policies, while her growing relationships with families throughout Diamond City offered insights into how those policies affected residents at different economic levels. She had become an informal advocate for approaches to resource management that balanced practical necessity with community welfare. The success of their efforts had not eliminated the underlying challenges that created resource inequality within Diamond City. Mayor McDonough's policies continued to reflect priorities that favored security and control over equity and community development. Water allocation remained strictly regulated, housing assignments still reinforced economic segregation, and opportunities for advancement within the settlement's hierarchy remained limited for most residents. Yet the network had demonstrated that community members could address some of these challenges through cooperative action that worked within existing systems rather than directly challenging official authority. By focusing on education, skill development, and voluntary mutual aid, they had created meaningful improvements in quality of life, while building social connections that strengthen the community's ability to respond to future challenges. As winter approached and outdoor gardening activities prepared to slow down, Maria began planning educational programs that could continue throughout the colder months. Seed-saving techniques, Indoor growing methods and food preservation skills would provide valuable knowledge that could be shared during the long months when outdoor agriculture was impossible. The network's success had attracted attention from residents in other settlements throughout the Commonwealth, with traders and travelers carrying news of Diamond City's community cooperation to distant communities facing similar challenges. Some had requested visits from network members who could teach their approaches to resource sharing and skill development, creating opportunities to spread their model beyond the borders of their own settlement. Rodriguez had received informal inquiries about establishing similar networks in other communities, though the challenges of distance and communication made such expansion difficult without more formal organizational structure. The question of how to share their successes without creating the kind of visible organization that might attract unwanted official attention remained an ongoing consideration for the network's informal leadership. Maria found herself thinking about these broader implications as she conducted her evening garden maintenance, removing the last tomatoes of the season and preparing her plants for winter dormancy. The techniques she had learned for nurturing growth in small spaces with limited resources had applications that extended far beyond simple agriculture, reflecting principles of community development that could strengthen human connections across many different circumstances. As the first frost approached, signaling the end of the growing season, Maria stood among her plants one final time before beginning the process of preparing her garden for winter. The terrace that had begun as a personal source of satisfaction had become a symbol of community possibility, demonstrating how individual resources and knowledge could be transformed into collective benefit through patience, cooperation, and commitment to shared welfare. Rodriguez joined her on the terrace as she worked, their relationship having evolved from polite neighbors to partners in community service. Together they discussed plans for winter activities, spring garden expansion, and the ongoing development of their mutual aid network. The conversation reflected the quiet satisfaction that came from meaningful work performed in service of community well-being. The sun set over Diamond City as Maria completed her final gardening tasks of the season, casting long shadows across the settlement, where dozens of families now tended small container gardens that provided both nutrition and connection to the agricultural knowledge that the network had helped preserve and share. In the lower sections, children who had learned plant care during the summer months helped their parents prepare their own gardens for winter, while adults who had gained new skills through the network's educational programs made plans for next year's expanded growing project. As darkness settled over the Commonwealth, Maria reflected on how her small rooftop garden had become the seed of something much larger, a demonstration that community members could address resource inequality and social challenges through cooperative action that strengthened rather than divided their shared home. The work would continue through winter and into the following spring, adapting to changing seasons while maintaining the fundamental commitment to community welfare that had motivated both Rodriguez's initial water sharing and Maria's subsequent educational efforts. The lights of Diamond City twinkled below as residents settled into their evening routines, many now enhanced by the fresh vegetables, preserved foods, and gardening knowledge that had emerged from one woman's decision to use her advantages in service of community well-being. In the darkness beyond the great green wall, the Commonwealth stretched toward distant horizons, where other communities faced similar challenges, perhaps awaiting their own seeds of cooperative action that could transform individual resources into collective renewal. While Maria Santos tends her garden and nurtures community connections in Diamond City's upper stands, miles away in the settlement's radio station, A different kind of communication network hums with quiet activity as our gardener settles into peaceful sleep, knowing her work has strengthened the bonds between neighbors. Our next tale turns to the late night hours, when technical expertise and moral courage intersect in the shadows of Diamond City. Radio Jonas, for The Radio Engineer's Dilemma. Night settled over Diamond City, with the gentle progression that marked the transition between day and evening shifts throughout the Commonwealth's largest settlement. The Great Green Wall cast long shadows across the lower sections, while the upper stands caught the last golden rays of sunlight, creating a peaceful gradient of illumination that slowly yielded to the warm glow of electric lights and oil lamps. Within this orderly transition from day to night, the rhythms of community life adapted to the changing hours. Markets closing, families gathering for evening meals, and essential services shifting to their nocturnal configurations. High in the settlement's communication tower, Jake Morrison began his nightly routine at Diamond City Radio with the methodical precision that characterized all his technical work. The radio station occupied a cramped but efficiently organized space filled with pre-war broadcasting equipment that had been carefully maintained and modified over decades of continuous operation. Banks of vacuum tubes glowed with warm amber light, their gentle hum creating a soothing backdrop to the evening's broadcast activities. Transmission equipment lined the walls in neat arrangements, each component serving specific functions in the complex process of sending voices and music across the Commonwealth's challenging terrain. Jake's role as technical assistant required him to maintain this delicate ecosystem of electronic components, ensuring that Diamond City Radio could continue its vital service of providing news, entertainment, and community connection to settlements scattered throughout the region. His evening duties began with systematic equipment checks, testing signal strength, monitoring power consumption, adjusting antenna configurations to account for atmospheric conditions that affected transmission quality during nighttime hours. The work required both technical knowledge and intuitive understanding of how electronic systems behaved under different conditions. Each piece of equipment had its own personality, developed through years of operation and countless minor modifications that had adapted pre-war technology to post-war realities. Jake had learned to recognize the subtle signs that indicated optimal performance, the small variations in sound or electrical readings that preceded equipment failures, and the delicate adjustments that maintained peak efficiency despite the challenging conditions of wasteland operation. As he moved through his inspection routine, Travis Miles' voice provided a familiar accompaniment to the technical work. The station's primary DJ had overcome much of the nervous uncertainty that had initially characterized his broadcasts, developing a gentle conversational style that resonated with listeners throughout the Commonwealth. His evening programming mixed music from salvaged records with news updates, weather information, and the kind of community announcements that helped bind scattered settlements into a loose network of shared awareness. That was Billie Holiday with I'll Be Seeing You going out to all the folks settling in for the night across the Commonwealth. Travis's voice carried the warm intimacy that made Diamond City Radio feel like a personal conversation rather than impersonal broadcast. Temperatures dropping to around 45 degrees tonight, so make sure those fires are banked properly. Mrs. Chen at the Diamond City School wants to remind parents that the spelling bee is tomorrow afternoon. And Arturo says he's got fresh Brahman steaks if anyone's interested in a special dinner. Jake smiled at Travis's comfortable integration of music, weather, and community news. A broadcasting style that had evolved naturally from the DJ's growing confidence and genuine care for his listeners. The technical quality of these broadcasts reflected Jake's own careful attention to equipment maintenance, signal optimization, and the countless small adjustments that ensured clear transmission across the challenging geography that surrounded Diamond City. The radio station represented more than entertainment or information distribution. It served as a vital communication link that connected isolated communities, facilitated trade coordination, and provided emergency communication capabilities during crises. Jake's technical work supported these broader functions, maintaining the infrastructure that enabled voices to bridge vast distances and challenging terrain that might otherwise leave settlements completely isolated. As the evening progressed, Jake conducted his routine maintenance checks with practiced efficiency. Vacuum tubes were tested and replaced as needed, their warm glow indicating proper function, while their gradual dimming warned of approaching failure. Antenna systems required constant attention to maintain optimal signal propagation, particularly during atmospheric conditions that could distort transmissions or create interference from other sources. The work provided a meditative quality that Jake had come to appreciate during his months at the station. Unlike the chaotic uncertainty that characterized much of wasteland life, radio maintenance followed predictable patterns, governed by well-understood technical principles. Components behaved according to established parameters. Problems could be diagnosed through systematic analysis, and solutions typically involved careful application of knowledge and skill rather than improvisation or guesswork. His small apartment, located just a few levels below the radio station, reflected this same appreciation for technical order and systematic organization. Shelves lined the walls, holding carefully catalogued collections of electronic components, reference manuals, and specialized tools required for equipment maintenance. A workbench occupied one corner, equipped with testing instruments and repair equipment that allowed him to refurbish damaged components rather than simply replacing them with increasingly scarce spare parts. The apartment also served as Jake's informal laboratory for experimenting with improvements to the station's equipment. During off-duty hours, he worked on modifications that might enhance signal strength, reduce power consumption, or improve audio quality. These projects reflected both practical necessity and genuine intellectual curiosity about the possibilities inherent in pre-war technology when combined with post-war innovation and adaptation. Radio manuals from before the war provided theoretical foundation for his work, but practical application required constant adaptation to current conditions. Components that had been common before the war were now precious rarities, requiring creative substitution and modification. Power systems designed for stable electrical grids had to function reliably using generators and battery systems that provided less consistent power. Environmental conditions that would have been controlled in pre-war facilities now included dust, moisture, and temperature variations that challenged equipment tolerances. Yet these challenges also provided opportunities for innovation and learning that Jake found deeply satisfying. Each successful modification or repair enhanced his understanding of how electronic systems function, while each problem solved contributed to the station's continued operation and the community services it provided. The work combined intellectual satisfaction with practical contribution to community welfare in ways that gave meaning to the technical details that filled his days and nights. As the night deepened and Travis continued his programming with a mix of jazz standards and folk music, Jake began the detailed logging that documented equipment performance and maintenance activities. These records served multiple purposes: tracking component life cycles, identifying recurring problems, planning preventive maintenance, and preserving technical knowledge that might be crucial for training future technicians. The logging process required careful attention to detail, but also provided opportunity for reflection on the day's activities and planning for upcoming technical challenges. Jake noted minor variations in signal strength that might indicate developing antenna problems, power consumption patterns that suggested the need for efficiency improvements, and audio quality issues that could be addressed through component upgrades or circuit modification. It was during this routine documentation that Jake first noticed irregularities in the equipment logs that would eventually transform his quiet technical work into a complex moral dilemma. Power consumption readings showed unexplained spikes during off hours when the station should have been operating in low power mode. Antenna positioning records indicated subtle adjustments that didn't correspond to any authorized maintenance or optimization activity. Initially, Jake attributed these anomalies to measurement errors or documentation mistakes. Electronic systems occasionally produced unusual readings, particularly older equipment operating under variable power conditions. Antenna systems could shift slightly due to wind or thermal expansion, creating minor variations that might appear significant when recorded with precision, but actually fell within normal operational tolerances. Yet as Jake reviewed several weeks of accumulated data, patterns emerged that were difficult to explain through routine equipment behavior. The power spikes occurred at consistent times, suggesting deliberate activation rather than random system fluctuations. Antenna adjustments followed logical sequences that indicated purposeful optimization for specific transmission requirements, rather than environmental influences. The possibility that someone was using the radio equipment without authorization created a significant security concern that Jake could not ignore. Diamond City Radio operated under licenses and protocols established by the Settlements Administration, with strict guidelines governing equipment use and transmission content. Unauthorized access could violate these agreements, potentially resulting in shutdown of the entire operation and loss of the communication services that communities throughout the region depended upon. Yet Jake's initial instinct was to investigate further, rather than immediately report his suspicions to station management or settlement security. His technical training emphasized systematic analysis before drawing conclusions, while his personal character preferred understanding situations fully before taking actions that might have serious consequences for other people. If someone was indeed using the equipment without authorization, understanding their motivations and methods might suggest solutions that preserved both security and whatever legitimate purposes might justify the risk. Over the following several nights, Jake adjusted his routine to allow for more detailed monitoring of equipment during the hours when anomalous activity seemed to occur. This required staying later than normal, extending his shift into the early morning hours, when the station typically operated with minimal supervision. The adjustment disrupted his usual sleep schedule, but provided opportunities for direct observation that might resolve the mystery more definitively than continued analysis of logged data. The extended monitoring revealed the subtle but unmistakable signs of someone with sophisticated technical knowledge, making careful use of the radio equipment during off-menu. Transmission power was adjusted to levels that provided adequate signal strength while minimizing energy consumption that might be noticed during routine reviews. Antenna configurations were optimized for specific geographic targets, then returned to standard settings before normal operations resumed. Most intriguingly, the unauthorized user demonstrated intimate familiarity with the equipment's capabilities and limitations, suggesting either extensive technical training or prolonged experience with similar systems. The modifications were implemented skillfully, with attention to avoiding detection and minimizing impact on normal station operations. This was not casual tampering or amateur experimentation, but purposeful use by someone who understood both the technical and political implications of their activities. Jake's growing understanding of the situation created increasing internal conflict between his professional responsibilities and his curiosity about the unauthorized user's identity and motivations. Security protocols clearly required him to report any detected breach of station procedures, particularly one involving sophisticated technical knowledge that could potentially compromise Diamond City Radio's operations or violate its broadcasting agreements. Yet the careful, respectful manner in which the equipment was being used suggested motivations beyond simple mischief or personal gain. The unauthorized user was taking significant personal risk to access broadcasting capabilities, indicating purposes that they considered important enough to justify potential serious consequences. Before taking action that might end someone's access to communication capabilities they apparently needed desperately, Jake wanted to understand what those purposes might be. The opportunity for direct contact came during one of Jake's extended monitoring sessions, when he detected the subtle signs that indicated someone was preparing to use the equipment. Rather than observing from a distance or immediately confronting the intruder, Jake chose to make his presence known, gradually, allowing the unauthorized user to become aware of his presence without creating a situation that might lead to hasty departure or confrontation. The individual who emerged from the shadows of the radio station's equipment areas was not what Jake had expected. Rather than a settlement resident seeking personal communication capabilities, he found himself face to face with someone whose worn clothing and cautious demeanor suggested travel from beyond Diamond City's walls. The stranger's immediate recognition of Jake's technical role, combined with their calm response to discovery, indicated both preparation for this possibility and confidence in their ability to handle the situation. "You're the night maintenance tech," the stranger observed, their voice carrying the measured calm of someone accustomed to tense situations. "I've been careful not to interfere with your equipment checks. Professional curiosity finally got the better of you." Jake nodded, finding himself responding to the stranger's direct approach with similar frankness. 3 weeks of power anomalies and antenna adjustments. Had to determine whether we were dealing with equipment problems or unauthorized access. Your technical skills are impressive. Most people wouldn't know how to use this equipment without creating obvious traces. "Railroad training," the stranger replied, apparently deciding that honesty represented the best approach to the situation. "We've learned to work with whatever communication equipment we can access. Diamond City Radio's transmitter has range and power that makes it valuable for coordination across the Commonwealth, but we've been careful not to compromise your normal operations." The mention of the railroad transformed Jake's understanding of the situation immediately. While Diamond City maintained officially neutral policies regarding the various factions operating throughout the Commonwealth, residents were certainly aware of the railroad's mission to rescue synths from Institute control and help them establish independent lives in settlements throughout the region. The organization's clandestine nature and controversial objectives made their activities subjects of considerable debate within Diamond City, but their humanitarian goals earned respect from many residents who might not support their methods. Jake's technical training had provided him with knowledge of communication networks and signal propagation that made him appreciate the strategic value of Diamond City Radio's broadcasting capabilities. The station's elevated position, powerful transmitter, and carefully maintained antenna systems could reach settlements throughout the Commonwealth, including remote areas where railroad operatives might need to coordinate rescue operations or communicate with safe houses. "What kind of coordination?" Jake asked, his curiosity about the technical aspects of the railroad's communication needs overriding his concerns about security violations. The railroad agent's response revealed a sophisticated understanding of both technical capabilities and operational security that impressed Jake, despite his awareness of the legal and ethical complexities involved. The organization used coded transmissions that appeared to be routine maintenance signals or atmospheric testing, embedded within frequency ranges and transmission patterns that were unlikely to attract attention from casual monitoring. Synth rescue operations require precise timing and coordination, the agent explained, apparently deciding that Jake's technical expertise and discovered knowledge made full disclosure the most practical approach. We use established safe houses throughout the region, but communication between them is challenging when you're trying to avoid Institute detection. Your equipment's range and reliability make it possible to coordinate activities that might otherwise require weeks of dangerous travel to arrange in person. Jake found himself drawn into a technical discussion about signal propagation, encryption methods, and the practical challenges of maintaining communication security across vast distances using equipment not originally designed for clandestine operations. The conversation revealed both the railroad agents' sophisticated understanding of radio technology and their genuine respect for the equipment they had been using without authorization. "The transmission protocols you've developed are elegant," Jake admitted, professional appreciation overriding his concerns about unauthorized access. "Embedding operational signals within routine equipment testing is clever. Anyone monitoring the frequencies would assume they were hearing standard maintenance activities." The agent nodded acknowledgement of the compliment, while clearly remaining aware of the precarious nature of their situation. "We've learned that the best way to avoid detection is to make our activities appear completely normal. Your equipment maintenance logs actually provided a model for timing and signal patterns that wouldn't raise suspicions." This revelation that his own technical work had inadvertently assisted railroad operations created a complex mixture of emotions for Jake. Professional pride in the quality of his documentation and procedures, combined with concern about unwitting involvement in activities that might conflict with Diamond City's official policies. The realization that his careful equipment maintenance had enabled communication networks supporting synth rescue operations forced him to consider the broader implications of technical work that he had previously viewed as politically neutral. The conversation continued for nearly an hour, covering technical details of radio operations, the challenges of maintaining communication security, and the broader context of railroad activities throughout the Commonwealth. The agent shared stories of successful rescue operations, families reunited despite Institute efforts to reclaim escaped synths, and the critical role that reliable communication played in coordinating such complex and dangerous activities. Jake's understanding of synths themselves had been limited to the general awareness that most Diamond City residents possessed. Artificial beings created by the Institute, some of whom escaped or were rescued to live independent lives throughout the Commonwealth. The railroad agents' descriptions of individual synths they had helped rescue transformed these abstract concepts into personal stories of beings seeking freedom and self-determination, despite the dangers created by their artificial origins. "They're not machines seeking to replace humans," the agent emphasized, responding to concerns that Jake hadn't explicitly voiced but that reflected common anxieties about synth integration into human communities. "They're individuals trying to build lives for themselves and their families, just like anyone else in the Commonwealth. The difference is that they face threats from the Institute that most people can't imagine." The personal dimension of railroad activities created emotional complexity that Jake found difficult to reconcile with his professional obligations. Diamond City Radio operated under agreements that required strict control over equipment access and transmission content. Unauthorized use violated these agreements regardless of the humanitarian purposes it served, potentially endangering the station's continued operation and the community services it provided. Yet the railroad's communication needs served purposes that aligned with values Jake personally supported, protecting vulnerable individuals, supporting family connections, and enabling communities to assist those seeking refuge from persecution. The organization's careful use of the equipment demonstrated respect for the station's primary mission while leveraging its capabilities for humanitarian purposes that seemed to justify the technical violations involved. "What happens if I report this?" Jake asked, the question reflecting his struggle to balance competing obligations rather than any threat toward the agent. "Probably nothing immediately," the agent replied with a practical assessment of someone accustomed to operating under constant risk. "We'd lose access to this transmission capability, which would make coordination much more difficult but not impossible. Some rescue operations that depend on precise timing might have to be postponed or cancelled. Families waiting for reunification would face longer delays." The response emphasized consequences for vulnerable individuals rather than threats to Jake personally, reinforcing the agent's focus on humanitarian concerns rather than personal safety. This approach resonated with Jake's own value system, which prioritized community welfare and assistance to those facing genuine hardship. "And if I don't report it?" Jake continued, seeking to understand the full range of implications for his decision. "We continue our current operations with the same care we've used to avoid impacting your normal station functions," the agent assured him. "Your technical expertise would be valuable if you were willing to provide occasional assistance. Better signal optimization, equipment modifications that might improve our transmission security, advice on operational procedures that minimize detection risks." The suggestion that Jake might actively assist railroad operations rather than simply tolerating them introduced new complexity to his decision. Passive acceptance of unauthorized equipment use represented one level of involvement, but active cooperation would constitute deliberate participation in activities that clearly violated station policies and potentially settlement agreements. Yet the technical challenges involved in optimizing clandestine communications networks appealed to Jake's professional interests in ways that pure equipment maintenance could not match. The work would require creative problem-solving, innovative applications of radio technology, and the kind of technical collaboration that had been missing from his routine duties at the station. Jake's decision developed gradually over several more conversations with the railroad agent, who provided additional details about their communication needs and operational constraints. The discussions revealed the broader network of safe houses, rescue operatives, and support personnel that enabled the railroad to function effectively, despite the constant threat of institute retaliation. "Communication is the foundation of everything we do," the agent explained during one of their technical planning sessions. "Without reliable ways to coordinate between operatives, safe houses, and rescued synths, we couldn't maintain the network that makes successful rescues possible. Your equipment provides capabilities that would be impossible to replicate with portable radio systems." Jake's growing understanding of railroad operations coincided with his increasing appreciation for the technical challenges they faced in maintaining communication, security. The Institute's sophisticated monitoring capabilities required constant adaptation of transmission methods, while the geographic distribution of railroad assets demanded signal strength that only major installations like Diamond City Radio could provide. The decision to actively assist railroad communications emerged from Jake's recognition that his technical knowledge could significantly improve their operational security, while his position at the radio station provided access to capabilities that were crucial for their humanitarian mission. The work would require careful coordination to avoid detection, but the potential benefits for vulnerable individuals seeking freedom from institute control justified the personal and professional risks involved. Jake's first technical contribution involved optimizing the railroad's coded transmission protocols to better match the normal operational patterns of Diamond City Radio. By studying weeks of equipment logs, he identified frequency ranges and transmission timing that would appear most consistent with routine maintenance activities, reducing the likelihood that their signals would attract attention from casual monitoring. These modifications should reduce your signature by about 30%, Jake explained as he demonstrated the improved protocols. The signals will still reach your intended recipients, but they'll blend more effectively with normal station background activity. The agent's appreciation for these improvements reinforced Jake's sense that his technical expertise was contributing meaningfully to humanitarian purposes that deserved support despite their unofficial nature. The work combined intellectual satisfaction with moral conviction in ways that made his routine equipment maintenance feel more purposeful and significant. Over the following weeks, Jake's involvement in railroad communications expanded to include equipment modifications that enhanced transmission security, schedule coordination that minimized conflicts with normal station operations, and technical consultation that helped operatives throughout the Commonwealth optimize their own communication equipment for better integration with the Central Coordination Network. The collaboration provided Jake with insights into the broader context of railroad activities throughout the Commonwealth, revealing a network of dedicated individuals working to assist vulnerable synths, despite significant personal risk and minimal material compensation. The organization's structure emphasized decentralized operation and compartmentalized knowledge, ensuring that the capture or compromise of individual operatives could not endanger the entire network. Most of our people are volunteers, motivated by personal conviction rather than any formal organizational structure, the agent shared during one of their planning sessions. We work together because we believe that every individual deserves the opportunity to determine their own destiny, regardless of their origins. This philosophy resonated strongly with Jake's own values, which emphasized individual dignity and community mutual support, rather than rigid adherence to institutional policies that might conflict with humanitarian needs. His technical work at Diamond City Radio had always been motivated by service to community welfare, and his assistance to railroad communications extended those same principles to a broader population that included synths seeking freedom and independence. The autumn months brought increasing railroad activity as rescue operations intensified before winter weather made travel more difficult throughout the Commonwealth. Jake's technical support enabled more sophisticated coordination between operatives, resulting in successful rescues that reunited separated families and helped establish synths in safe communities where they could build independent lives. The communication improvements you've implemented have increased our operational success rate by almost 20%, the agent reported during one of their regular technical reviews. Better coordination means fewer delays, reduced exposure to institute detection, and more efficient use of our limited resources. Jake's satisfaction with these results reinforced his commitment to continuing the collaboration, despite the ongoing security risks involved. The work required constant vigilance to avoid detection by station management or settlement security, but the humanitarian benefits justified the careful attention needed to maintain operational security. Travis Miles remained unaware of the extended technical activities that occurred during off hours at the radio station, though he occasionally commented on improvements in signal quality and transmission reliability that reflected Jake's enhanced maintenance procedures. The DJ's genuine appreciation for technical excellence provided additional motivation for Jake to maintain peak equipment performance while supporting both authorized and unauthorized communications. "Whatever you've been doing with the equipment lately, keep it up," Travis commented during one of their routine interactions. Listeners throughout the Commonwealth have been commenting on how clear our signal has become. Mrs. Henderson in Good Neighbor said she can hear us better than ever, and even the folks up in Salem reported improved reception. These comments confirmed that Jake's technical work was benefiting the station's primary mission while supporting railway operations, demonstrating that humanitarian assistance and community service could be compatible rather than conflicting objectives. The improved equipment performance served all users of Diamond City Radio's broadcasting capabilities, regardless of their specific purposes or organizational affiliations. As winter approached and outdoor activities throughout the Commonwealth began slowing down, Jake reflected on how his understanding of technical work and community service had evolved through his collaboration with the railroad. What had begun as routine equipment maintenance had developed into active participation in humanitarian operations that connected him to a broader network of individuals working to protect vulnerable populations throughout the region. The experience had demonstrated that technical expertise could serve moral purposes beyond simple institutional requirements, and that individual decisions about cooperation and assistance could have meaningful impact on the lives of people facing genuine hardship. Jake's position at Diamond City Radio provided access to capabilities that were crucial for railroad operations, while his personal values motivated him to use those capabilities in service of humanitarian goals that deserved support despite their unofficial status. The collaboration also reinforced Jake's appreciation for the power of communication technology to connect isolated communities and enable coordination of activities that would otherwise be impossible across the Commonwealth's challenging geography. Radio waves could carry hope across vast distances, bridging physical barriers and institutional boundaries to create networks of mutual support and assistance. As the first snow began falling across the Commonwealth, coating the wasteland in peaceful white that softened the harsh edges of destruction and decay, Jake stood at the radio station's windows, observing the transformation of the landscape below. Somewhere in that snow-covered territory, railroad operatives continued their work of rescuing synths and reuniting families, their activities coordinated through communication networks that his technical expertise had helped optimize and secure. The lights of Diamond City twinkled below in the early evening darkness, each representing families and individuals whose lives were enhanced by the communication services that the radio station provided. Travis's voice carried across the airwaves, mixing music with community announcements and weather updates that helped bind scattered settlements into a loose network of shared awareness and mutual concern. "Temperatures dropping fast tonight, folks." Travis's familiar voice provided the kind of practical information that could save lives throughout the region. "Make sure those heating systems are working properly. And remember that Arturo's got extra blankets if anyone needs them. Diamond City School is closed tomorrow due to snow, so kids get an unexpected holiday. And here's Glenn Miller with Moonlight Serenade to help everyone settle in for a peaceful winter evening." As the gentle melody filled the radio station, Jake returned to his technical work with renewed appreciation for the role that communication played in supporting both community welfare and humanitarian operations throughout the Commonwealth. His equipment maintenance ensured that voices could continue reaching isolated settlements despite winter weather challenges, while his collaboration with the railroad enabled coordination of rescue operations that brought freedom to vulnerable individuals seeking independence from institute control. The work combined technical precision with moral purpose in ways that provided meaning beyond simple professional accomplishment. demonstrating that individual expertise could serve broader humanitarian goals when applied with careful attention to both practical requirements and ethical implications. The radio waves that carried Travis's programming across the Commonwealth also carried coded messages that coordinated rescue operations, family reunifications, and the ongoing work of protecting those who could not protect themselves. Outside, snow continued falling across the Commonwealth, creating a peaceful winter scene that would soon test the resilience of communities throughout the region. Within the radio station, electronic systems hummed with quiet efficiency, their warm glow providing both the means of communication and the symbol of human connection that transcended physical barriers and institutional boundaries to create networks of mutual support and humanitarian assistance. As Jake completed his evening maintenance routine and prepared to transition the station to overnight operation, he reflected on how technical work, performed with attention to community welfare, could contribute to purposes far beyond its immediate requirements. The equipment he maintained served multiple constituencies with varying needs, but all shared the fundamental human requirement for communication, connection, and the hope that help could reach them across whatever distances or difficulties they might face. The night settled peacefully over Diamond City as residents throughout the settlement prepared for sleep, secure in the knowledge that their community's communication networks would continue operating through the dark hours, ready to provide emergency coordination if needed and resuming normal programming with the dawn. In distant locations throughout the Commonwealth, railroad operatives and rescued synths also settled into rest, their activities coordinated through technical systems that demonstrated how individual expertise could serve humanitarian purposes when guided by moral conviction and careful attention to community welfare. While Jake monitors the radio waves that connect Diamond City to distant settlements across the Commonwealth, down in the settlement's schoolhouse, another kind of communication takes place each day, as young minds are shaped by lessons that will guide their future interactions with the wider world. As our radio engineer settles into peaceful sleep, knowing his technical skills serve both community connection and humanitarian rescue, our next tale turns to the thoughtful educator who must balance hope with reality in preparing the next generation. Join us for the Schoolhouse Memory. Morning light filtered through the salvaged windows of Diamond City's schoolhouse, casting gentle patterns across worn wooden floors that had witnessed decades of learning and growth. The single-room structure occupied a modest space in the settlement's middle level, positioned carefully between the commercial bustle of the main plaza and the quieter residential areas where most families made their homes. Within these humble walls, the future of Diamond City took shape one lesson at a time, guided by the patient dedication of Ms. Chen, whose commitment to education had made her one of the community's most respected figures. Ms. Chen arrived each morning before dawn, using the quiet hours to prepare lessons and arrange materials that would transform the simple room into a place of discovery and learning. Her desk, constructed from pre-war filing cabinets topped with salvaged wood, held carefully organized collections of textbooks, writing materials, and the educational resources she had accumulated through years of trading, scavenging, and creative adaptation. Each item represented not just educational utility, but hope for the future. Evidence of her belief that knowledge and understanding could help the next generation build a better world from the ruins of the old. The textbooks themselves told stories of persistence and preservation that reflected the broader themes of post-war survival. Mathematics primers with pages missing from radiation damage had been supplemented with handwritten worksheets that Ms. Chen created to fill gaps in essential knowledge. History books that ended abruptly in 2077 were paired with oral histories that students recorded from elderly residents who remembered the world before the bombs fell. Science texts that described a world of abundant resources and stable technology were balanced with practical lessons about chemistry, physics, and biology as they applied to wasteland survival. As the morning progressed and Diamond City awakened around the schoolhouse, Ms. Chen completed her preparation routine with the methodical care that characterized all her educational work. Lesson plans were reviewed and adjusted based on individual student needs. Materials were arranged for easy access during the day's activities, and the room was configured to encourage both focused learning and collaborative discussion. The physical environment reflected her educational philosophy, organized enough to provide structure, but flexible enough to adapt to the curiosity and energy that children brought to their studies. The arrival of students transformed the quiet preparation space into an environment of animated learning and social interaction. Children ranging in age from 6 to 14 entered the schoolhouse with a mixture of enthusiasm and reluctance that had characterized students throughout human history, carrying homemade school bags and sharing the morning news that connected their home lives to their educational experiences. Their conversations revealed the unique challenges and opportunities that defined childhood in post-war America. Excitement about scavenging discoveries balanced with concerns about radiation exposure. Pride in family achievements tempered by awareness of the dangers that surrounded their community. Mrs. Chen greeted each student individually, using these brief interactions to assess their emotional state, identify any concerns that might affect their learning, and reinforce the personal connections that made her teaching effective. Her approach emphasized understanding each child as a complete individual rather than simply a recipient of standardized instruction, recognizing that effective education required adaptation to diverse backgrounds, learning styles, and life experiences. "Good morning, Sarah," she addressed one of her most curious students, a 10-year-old whose questions often pushed the boundaries of Ms. Chen's prepared lessons. "Did you finish observing those cloud formations we discussed yesterday?" Sarah's animated response about weather patterns and atmospheric conditions demonstrated the kind of engaged learning that Ms. Chen worked to cultivate in all her students. The child's natural curiosity about the world around her provided opportunities for lessons that connected scientific principles to practical knowledge about predicting weather, understanding radiation patterns, and recognizing environmental hazards that could affect community safety. The morning's first lesson focused on practical mathematics, using examples drawn from Diamond City's daily operations. Students calculated water rations for families of different sizes, determined fair trading ratios for common goods, and solved problems related to resource allocation and planning. These exercises served multiple purposes, reinforcing mathematical concepts while building understanding of the economic and logistical challenges that defined community life in the post-war world. If a Brahmin caravan arrives with 40 pounds of grain and wants to trade for 20 bottles of purified water, Ms. Chen posed to the class, how do we determine whether that's a fair exchange based on current market conditions? The question prompted animated discussion among students who drew on their families' experiences with trading, their observations of marketplace negotiations, and their developing understanding of supply and demand economics. Their responses revealed sophisticated awareness of factors that affected value: scarcity, transportation costs, storage requirements, and seasonal variations that influenced both supply and demand for different commodities. These practical applications of academic knowledge represented Ms. Chen's approach to education that prepared students for success in their actual environment, rather than simply transmitting abstract information. Reading lessons used materials relevant to wasteland survival, instruction manuals for equipment maintenance, medical guides for treating radiation exposure, historical accounts of successful community building, writing exercises focused on communication skills that students would actually use, letters to relatives in distant settlements, reports about local conditions that might be shared with traders, documentation of technical procedures that preserved valuable knowledge. The integration of practical and academic learning created an educational environment that students found both challenging and relevant to their lives beyond the schoolhouse walls. Rather than viewing education as separate from their daily experiences, they learned to see knowledge as tools that could enhance their effectiveness as community members and their ability to contribute meaningfully to Diamond City's continued survival and growth. As the morning progressed toward midday, Ms. Chen introduced the lesson that had been weighing on her mind since her recent conversation with Alex, her former student who had returned as a caravan guard with troubling news about attitudes toward Diamond City residents in distant settlements. The lesson focused on cultural differences and communication across communities, but Ms. Chan found herself struggling with how to present realistic information about prejudice and hostility without destroying her students' optimistic vision of the world beyond their settlement's walls. Today, we're going to discuss something important about traveling and meeting people from other communities, she began, carefully choosing words that would introduce difficult concepts without creating unnecessary fear or anxiety. Just as people within Diamond City have different backgrounds and experiences, communities throughout the Commonwealth have developed their own cultures and ways of understanding the world. The students listened with the focused attention they reserved for topics that seemed particularly important, their expressions reflecting both curiosity about the wider world and subtle awareness that this lesson carried more weight than their usual academic subjects. Several had family members who traveled regularly as traders or guards, providing them with indirect knowledge of conditions beyond Diamond City that shaped their understanding of the Commonwealth's diverse communities. Ms. Chen's approach to discussing cultural differences emphasized understanding and empathy rather than fear or judgment. She encouraged students to consider why communities might develop different approaches to security, resource management, and interaction with outsiders, helping them recognize that such differences often reflected rational responses to local conditions rather than inherent hostility or irrationality. Communities that have experienced attacks by raiders might be more suspicious of strangers, she explained, providing context that helps students understand defensive attitudes without taking them personally. Settlements that have limited resources might be protective of what they have, not because they're mean, but because they're worried about their family's survival. Yet even as she provided these explanations, Ms. Chen struggled with the balance between preparing her students for potential challenges and maintaining their confidence in their ability to build positive relationships with people throughout the Commonwealth. Alex's reports had described encounters where Diamond City residents were viewed not just with suspicion but with active hostility, blamed for hoarding resources, accused of arrogance, and sometimes refused service or assistance based solely on their origin. The reality that her students might face such treatment simply because of where they were born challenged Ms. Chen's educational philosophy, which emphasized the possibility of understanding and cooperation between people of goodwill. How could she prepare them for prejudice without teaching them to expect it? How could she help them develop resilience against unfair treatment without encouraging them to respond with their own prejudice in return? The afternoon brought individual study time that allowed Ms. Chen to work with students on personalized projects while observing their responses to the morning's lessons about cultural differences and community relations. Sarah, always the most intellectually curious, had immediately begun researching historical examples of cooperation between different communities, seeking evidence that supported her optimistic view of human nature. and intercultural understanding. Ms. Chen, Sarah asked during their individual consultation. If people in other settlements don't like Diamond City residents, how can we change their minds? What if we brought them presents or helped them with their problems? The question reflected both Sarah's generous spirit and her limited understanding of the complex factors that created intercultural tension throughout the Commonwealth. Ms. Chen found herself appreciating the child's idealism, while recognizing the need to provide more sophisticated understanding of how prejudice operated, and why simple goodwill might not be sufficient to overcome deeply held suspicions. "Those are wonderful ideas, Sarah," Ms. Chen responded, encouraging the child's positive instincts while beginning to introduce more complex concepts. Helping others and showing kindness are always good approaches, but sometimes people's feelings about groups of people are based on fears or experiences that make it hard for them to see individuals clearly, even when those individuals are trying to be helpful. The conversation continued as Ms. Chen worked to help Sarah understand concepts like stereotyping, scapegoating, and the economic factors that sometimes made communities view each other as competitors rather than potential partners. The discussion required careful navigation between intellectual honesty and age-appropriate presentation, providing enough understanding to prepare Sarah for potential challenges without overwhelming her with cynicism about human nature. Similar conversations with other students revealed the range of responses to the day's lessons about cultural differences and intercultural communication. Some students, particularly those with family members who traveled frequently, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the challenges involved in building trust across community boundaries. Others, whose experience was limited primarily to Diamond City's relatively diverse and tolerant environment, struggled to comprehend why people might harbor negative feelings about their community. As the school day concluded and students departed for their homes throughout Diamond City, Ms. Chen remained in the schoolhouse to plan the following day's lessons and reflect on the challenges involved in preparing young people for realities that she herself was still processing. Alex's reports about hostility toward Diamond City residents had forced her to confront gaps in her curriculum that might leave students unprepared for situations they were likely to encounter as adults. The evening hours provided quiet time for Ms. Chen to review educational materials and consider how to expand her teaching to address intercultural communication more comprehensively. Her personal study included pre-war texts about conflict resolution, cultural anthropology, and international relations, though their relevance to post-war conditions required careful interpretation. The principles underlying successful intercultural communication remained valid, but their application to wasteland communities facing survival pressures created unique challenges that academic theories had not anticipated. Miss Chen's small apartment, located just 2 levels above the schoolhouse, served as both living space and educational research center. Bookshelves lined the walls, holding the accumulated resources that supported her teaching. Textbooks, reference materials, student records, and the personal journals where she documented successful teaching strategies and ongoing challenges. The space reflected her commitment to continuous learning and professional development, even in an environment where formal educational support systems no longer existed. Her evening routine included reading and lesson planning, but also correspondence with educators in other settlements who shared the challenges of providing quality education under post-war conditions. These letters, carried by traders and travelers throughout the Commonwealth, created an informal network of professional support that helped isolated teachers maintain connection to broader educational purposes and share successful strategies for addressing common challenges. Recent correspondence had included discussions about how to address the psychological challenges that students faced growing up in dangerous environments, methods for teaching practical survival skills without creating excessive anxiety, and approaches to maintaining hope and optimism while providing realistic preparation for adult responsibilities. Ms. Chen's colleagues throughout the region struggled with similar questions about balancing protection with preparation, idealism with realism. The letter she composed that evening to Ms. Rodriguez, who taught in a small settlement near Good Neighbor, addressed directly the challenges raised by Alex's reports about intercultural hostility. I find myself questioning whether our emphasis on cooperation and understanding adequately prepares our students for the prejudice they may encounter beyond our communities. Yet I fear that teaching them to expect hostility might create the very attitudes that perpetuate intercultural conflict. How do we build resilience without destroying the idealism that motivates positive change? The question reflected not just professional uncertainty but personal struggle with the moral complexities of education in a world where good intentions were not always sufficient to ensure safety or success. Ms. Chen's commitment to fostering understanding and cooperation represented core values that she believed essential for humanity's recovery from nuclear devastation. Yet her responsibility to prepare students for actual conditions sometimes conflicted with these idealistic goals. As autumn progressed and students settled into the routine of the new school year, Ms. Chen began implementing expanded lessons about intercultural communication that drew on both theoretical knowledge and practical strategies for building understanding across community boundaries. Role-playing exercises allowed students to practice responding to suspicion or hostility with patience and empathy, while group discussions helped them develop understanding of the economic and historical factors that created tensions between different settlements. Remember that fear often comes from not understanding, she coached students during one particularly challenging exercise, where they practiced responding to accusations about Diamond City hoarding resources. When people are worried about their family's survival, they sometimes look for someone to blame for their problems. Our job is to show through our actions that we want to help, not hurt, their communities. These lessons required careful balance between building confidence and maintaining realism about the challenges students might face. Ms. Chen emphasized that preparation and understanding could help them navigate difficult situations, but also acknowledged that some encounters might require them to prioritize their safety over their desire to build positive relationships. The development of these new curriculum elements provided Ms. Chen with renewed sense of purpose in her educational work, but also highlighted the isolation she sometimes felt as the sole professional educator in Diamond City. Unlike teachers in the pre-war world who had access to extensive professional development and peer support, she was largely responsible for developing her own responses to the unique challenges that post-war education presented. It was during this period of curriculum development that Alex made another visit to the schoolhouse, this time specifically to discuss their experiences with Ms. Chen and provide more detailed information about conditions they had encountered throughout the Commonwealth. The conversation took place after school hours, allowing for frank discussion of topics that might be too disturbing for students to hear directly. It's not just suspicion, Alex explained, their tone reflecting the weariness that came from months of travel through communities where their Diamond City origins created instant tension. Some settlements have developed elaborate theories about why Diamond City residents are responsible for their problems. They believe we're hoarding technology, manipulating trade routes, or somehow preventing them from prospering. Mrs. Chen listened with growing concern as Alex described encounters where Diamond City residents were overcharged for basic supplies, excluded from community gatherings, or even threatened with violence based solely on their place of origin. The reports painted a much more hostile environment than she had anticipated, suggesting that her students might face challenges that went far beyond simple misunderstanding or cultural differences. "What seems to work best?" she asked, seeking practical strategies that she could incorporate into her teaching without creating excessive alarm among her students or their families. Alex's response emphasized patience, humility, and the importance of demonstrating rather than simply claiming positive intentions. "The communities that eventually accepted us were ones where we proved ourselves through actions rather than words, helping with practical problems, sharing useful knowledge, showing respect for their ways of doing things. It takes time, and it doesn't always work, but it's the only approach that seems to have any success." This practical advice aligned with Ms. Chin's educational philosophy, but also reinforced her concern about adequately preparing students for the patient, sometimes frustrating work of building intercultural understanding. The skills required for successful interaction with suspicious or hostile communities went far beyond simple politeness or good intentions, requiring emotional maturity and sophisticated understanding of human psychology that took years to develop. The winter months brought both challenges and opportunities to Ms. Chen's expanded curriculum about intercultural communication and conflict resolution. Shorter days and harsh weather limited outdoor activities, providing more time for classroom discussion and reflection on complex social issues. Students who had seemed resistant to lessons about prejudice and cultural differences began demonstrating deeper understanding as they matured and gained more sophisticated awareness of the world beyond their immediate experience. Sarah, in particular, had developed into a thoughtful analyst of intercultural dynamics, often raising questions that pushed Ms. Chen to examine her own assumptions about human nature and social change. During one memorable discussion about economic factors that contributed to intercultural tension, Sarah asked whether Diamond City residents had any responsibility to address the resource inequalities that created resentment in other communities. "If we have better water purification and more security," Sarah reasoned with logic that impressed her teacher, "maybe we should help other settlements improve their situations, instead of just trying to convince them that we're not their enemies." The question reflected exactly the kind of sophisticated thinking that Ms. Chen hoped to cultivate in her students. Awareness that social problems required collective solutions rather than individual responses. Understanding that addressing root causes was more effective than simply managing symptoms. And recognition that privilege created both opportunities and responsibilities for contributing to broader community welfare. Yet Sarah's suggestion also highlighted practical and political complexities that Ms. Chen found difficult to address within the scope of elementary education. Diamond City's prosperity relative to other settlements did create moral questions about resource sharing and mutual aid, but it also reflected legitimate return on investment in security, infrastructure, and economic development that residents had worked hard to achieve. Balancing obligation to help others with responsibility to maintain their own community's welfare required political and economic analysis that exceeded what could reasonably be expected from children. "Those are exactly the right questions to be asking," Ms. Chen responded, encouraging Sarah's analytical thinking while acknowledging the complexity of the issues involved. "As you grow up, you'll have opportunities to help decide how Diamond City can best contribute to the welfare of communities throughout the Commonwealth. The important thing is to keep thinking about how we can use our advantages to help others rather than just protecting them for ourselves." Spring's arrival brought renewed energy to both Ms. Chan's teaching and her students' learning, as longer days and milder weather enabled outdoor activities that supplemented classroom instruction. Field trips within Diamond City allowed students to observe directly the economic and social systems they studied academically. while visits from traders and travelers provided opportunities for controlled interaction with people from other communities who could share their perspectives on intercultural relations. One particularly valuable visitor was Marcus, a trader from a small settlement near the glowing sea who had initially harbored strong negative feelings about Diamond City residents, but had gradually developed more nuanced understanding through repeated positive interactions. His presentation to Ms. Chen's class provided students with direct testimony about how attitudes could change over time and what kinds of behaviors were most effective in building trust across community boundaries. I'll admit, I used to think Diamond City folks were stuck up and selfish, Marcus told the class, with the honesty that made his presentation particularly effective. But over the years, I've met Diamond City traders who treated me fairly, guards who helped protect my caravans, and regular people who shared their knowledge and resources without expecting anything in return. Changed my mind about making judgments based on where people come from. Marcus's story provided students with concrete evidence that intercultural understanding was possible, even when initial attitudes were negative, and that individual actions could have cumulative effects that transformed broader community relations. His emphasis on fairness, generosity, and respect resonated with the values that Ms. Shen worked to instill in her students, while his acknowledgement of initial prejudice demonstrated that overcoming such attitudes was part of normal human growth rather than evidence of moral failure. The presentation also allowed students to ask questions about life in other settlements, providing them with broader understanding of the diverse communities that existed throughout the Commonwealth. Marcus's descriptions of different approaches to government, resource management, and social organization helped students appreciate both the challenges and opportunities that cultural diversity created, while his obvious pride in his own community's achievements demonstrated that Diamond City was not the only successful settlement in the region. As the school year progressed toward its conclusion, Ms. Chen reflected on how her curriculum had evolved in response to the challenges raised by Alex's reports about intercultural hostility. The expanded lessons about communication, conflict resolution, and cultural understanding had provided students with more sophisticated tools for navigating the complex social environment they would encounter as adults, while maintaining the optimistic vision of human possibility that she believed essential for motivation and mental health. Student responses to the enhanced curriculum had been encouraging, demonstrating that young people were capable of understanding complex social issues when those issues were presented in age-appropriate ways with adequate support and guidance. Their discussions revealed growing sophistication in analyzing the causes of intercultural conflict, developing strategies for building understanding, and recognizing their own role in either perpetuating or addressing prejudice and stereotyping. The annual school exhibition, held in Diamond City's main plaza during the late spring, provided opportunity for students to demonstrate their learning to the broader community while showcasing the kind of education that would prepare them for adult responsibility. This year's exhibition included presentations about intercultural communication, conflict resolution techniques, and economic cooperation between communities, topics that reflected both academic achievement and practical preparation for citizenship in the post-war world. Zara's exhibition project focused on successful examples of cooperation between different settlements throughout the Commonwealth, documenting cases where initial suspicion or hostility had been transformed into mutual aid and economic partnership. Her research had involved correspondence with traders, interviews with travelers, and analysis of historical records that demonstrated humanity's capacity for overcoming divisions when guided by enlightened leadership and patient effort. People can learn to work together, Sarah concluded her presentation with the confidence that had always characterized her approach to challenging problems. It takes time and patience, but when communities help each other instead of competing, everyone benefits. That's what I want to do when I grow up. Help different settlements find ways to cooperate. The presentation reflected both Sarah's personal growth over the school year and the effectiveness of Ms. Chen's expanded curriculum in helping students develop sophisticated understanding of social issues without losing their optimistic vision of human possibility. Other student projects demonstrated similar integration of academic knowledge with practical preparation for adult responsibilities, suggesting that the enhanced educational approach was successfully preparing young people for the complex social environment they would inherit. As the school year concluded and students prepared for summer activities that would take them throughout Diamond City and occasionally beyond its walls, Ms. Chen felt renewed confidence in her educational approach and its ability to prepare young people for success in the challenging environment of post-war America. The curriculum she had developed addressed both practical skills and moral development, providing students with tools for navigating intercultural relations while maintaining commitment to the values of cooperation and understanding that could help heal the divisions created by war and scarcity. Her correspondence with other educators throughout the Commonwealth had grown into a network of professional support that helped isolated teachers maintain connection to broader educational purposes while sharing successful strategies for addressing common challenges. The informal network had begun developing collaborative projects that enabled students from different settlements to communicate directly, creating opportunities for intercultural understanding that transcended the limitations of their immediate communities. The summer break provided Ms. Chen with time for professional development and curriculum planning that would continue improving her teaching effectiveness. Her goals for the following year included expanded use of intercultural communication projects, increased integration of practical skills with academic subjects, and continued development of educational resources that addressed the unique challenges of post-war education. As she cleaned and organized the schoolhouse for summer maintenance, Ms. Chen reflected on the progress her students had made in developing both intellectual capabilities and moral character that would serve them well as adults. The year's focus on intercultural communication had provided them with sophisticated understanding of social dynamics while maintaining their capacity for optimism and their commitment to building positive relationships with people throughout the Commonwealth. The evening light filtering through the schoolhouse windows illuminated empty desks and chairs that would soon be filled again with young people eager to learn and grow, carrying forward the knowledge and values that would shape Diamond City's future contribution to the Commonwealth's recovery. Miss Jen's patient work as an educator was helping ensure that the next generation would be better prepared than their predecessors to build bridges across community boundaries and work cooperatively towards solutions to the challenges that still faced humanity in the post-war world. Outside the schoolhouse, Diamond City settled into the gentle rhythms of summer evening, with families sharing meals and neighbors gathering for conversations that strengthened the social bonds that made their community more than just a collection of individuals seeking survival. The education that Ms. Chen provided to their children would help ensure that those bonds could extend beyond their settlement's walls, connecting them to the broader human community that shared their hopes for recovery and renewal. As night fell across the Commonwealth, Ms. Chen completed her final tasks of the school year with satisfaction, in work well done, and anticipation for the continued growth and learning that would characterize the years ahead. Her students would carry forward the knowledge and values she had helped instill, using their education to build positive relationships and contribute meaningfully to the ongoing work of healing and reconstruction that defined the post-war generation's historic responsibility. The schoolhouse stood quiet in the darkness, but the ideas and ideals that had been nurtured within its walls would continue growing and spreading throughout the Commonwealth, carried by young people whose education had prepared them to build bridges rather than walls, to seek understanding rather than dominance, and to contribute their talents to the collective human effort to create a better world from the ruins of the old. While Ms. Chen rests peacefully, knowing her students are better prepared to build understanding across the Commonwealth's scattered communities, elsewhere in Diamond City, the evening shadows bring different challenges as essential services adapt to the rhythm of night and day. As our teacher dreams of bridges built through patient education, our final tale draws us to the quiet exchanges that bind communities together. Join us for the Night Market Keeper. Evening descended over Diamond City with a familiar rhythm that marked the transition from the bustling commerce of daylight hours to the quieter, more intimate exchanges that characterized the settlement's nocturnal life. As the last official traders packed their wares and the main marketplace emptied of its daytime crowds, a different kind of economic activity began to emerge in the shadows near the Great Green Wall. Here, where the settlement's entrance created a natural gathering point for those arriving from or departing to the wider Commonwealth, Dmitry Volkov prepared for the work that had become his nightly calling, facilitating the exchanges of services, skills, and human connection that caps alone could never purchase. Dmitry's evening routine began as the sun touched the horizon, painting Diamond City's metal walls with warm hues that softened the harsh industrial architecture into something approaching beauty. Unlike the permanent stalls and established shops that dominated the settlement's commercial center, his setup consisted of simple, portable elements that could be arranged quickly and discreetly moved if circumstances required. A small folding table, barely large enough to hold his essential tools, served as the focal point of operations that relied more on trust and reputation than physical infrastructure. The tools of his trade reflected the practical nature of his services, a collection of carefully maintained instruments for repairing electronic devices, hand tools suitable for mending clothing and leather goods, reference manuals for troubleshooting everything from water purifiers to radio equipment, and small containers of materials that enabled him to restore functionality to items that others might consider beyond repair. Each tool represented not just utility, but investment in the skills that allowed him to offer valuable services to community members who might otherwise struggle to afford professional repairs. As twilight deepened into full darkness, punctuated by the warm glow of electric lights and oil lamps throughout Diamond City, Dmitry's first clients began arriving, with the quiet discretion that characterized most night market transactions. Mrs. Park approached carrying a small radio that had stopped working several days earlier, depriving her family of the evening entertainment and news broadcasts that had become integral to their daily routine. Rather than caps, she offered payment in the form of a carefully prepared meal, fresh noodles with vegetables and a small portion of Brahmin meat that represented significant value in terms of both nutrition and the time required for preparation. "Evening, Dmitry," Mrs. Park greeted him with the warmth that had developed between them over months of regular exchanges. "The radio started making strange noises yesterday, then just went silent. I was hoping you might be able to help." Dmitry accepted the radio with the gentle care he applied to all items entrusted to his expertise, immediately beginning the systematic diagnostic process that would identify the source of the problem. His examination revealed a loose connection in the power supply circuit, a simple repair that required only a few minutes of careful work with fine tools, but one that would have been impossible for someone without technical knowledge and proper equipment. "Should be working properly now," he announced, after completing the repair and testing the radio's functionality. The connection had worked loose over time. Happens with older equipment that gets moved frequently. Might want to be extra gentle when adjusting the volume control. The exchange that followed exemplified the principles that governed night market operations. Mrs. Park's gratitude extended far beyond the monetary value of the repair, reflecting the importance of having restored a connection to the broader community that radio programming provided. Her offer of a home-cooked meal represented not just payment, but invitation to social connection that enriched both participants in ways that simple commercial transaction could never achieve. As they shared the meal she had prepared, their conversation ranged across topics that connected Dimitri's evening work to the broader patterns of life within Diamond City. Mrs. Park shared news about her grandson's progress in school, concerns about her elderly neighbor who had been struggling with health problems, and observations about changes in the settlement that reflected both growth and emerging challenges. In return, Dimitri offered insights drawn from his interactions with residents throughout the community. His unique position as facilitator of informal exchanges providing him with perspective on social dynamics that few others could observe directly. "You hear things in this work," Dimitri reflected as they concluded their meal, speaking to the broader significance of his role beyond simple repair services. People share their concerns when they're asking for help, talk about their hopes when they're offering something in return. Creates a different kind of understanding of how the community really functions, what people actually need versus what the official systems provide. This understanding had gradually shaped Dimitri's approach to his evening work, transforming what had begun as simple skill sharing into a more complex form of community service that addressed social and emotional needs alongside practical repair requirements. His position at the informal intersection between residents seeking assistance and those able to provide it gave him unique insight into the gaps between official services and actual community need. The night's second client approached as Mrs. Park departed, illustrating the careful timing that characterized most night market interactions. Thomas, a middle-aged man who worked as a maintenance technician during regular hours, carried a leather jacket that had been damaged during a recent scavenging expedition beyond Diamond City's walls. Rather than offering caps or prepared food, he proposed trading information about a cache of useful materials he had discovered, along with a promise to assist Dimitri with any heavy lifting or manual labor that his own work might require. The leather repair presented more complex challenges than the radio fix, requiring careful stitching to restore structural integrity while maintaining the garment's weather resistance and durability. As Dimitri worked, using techniques learned from traders who traveled the Commonwealth's dangerous routes, he and Tomas engaged in the kind of detailed conversation that transformed simple service exchange into collaborative problem-solving and mutual education. "Leatherwork is almost as much art as craft," Dimitri explained as he carefully aligned the damaged sections and prepared them for repair. "Each hide has its own characteristics, and the way it's been treated affects how it responds to different repair techniques. This jacket's seen some hard use, but the original construction was solid. Should serve you well for years more once it's properly mended." Thomas's reciprocal sharing of technical knowledge about scavenging locations, material identification, and equipment maintenance created an exchange that benefited both participants, far beyond the immediate value of jacket repair or location information. Their conversation revealed common approaches to problem solving, similar appreciation for quality craftsmanship, and shared commitment to maintaining equipment properly rather than simply replacing it when problems developed. The information Thomas provided about discovered materials included detailed descriptions of electronic components that could be useful for future repair projects, construction materials that might interest residents planning home improvements, and medical supplies that could be valuable for Diamond City's healthcare services. This intelligence represented the kind of resource that formal trading networks often missed. opportunities discovered by individual exploration that could benefit the broader community when shared through appropriate channels. As the evening progressed and additional clients arrived seeking various forms of assistance, Dimitri's small operation began to resemble a social network node where information, services, and human connection flowed in patterns that complemented but operated independently from Diamond City's official economic systems. Each exchange created value that extended beyond immediate participants, contributing to community resilience and social cohesion in ways that purely commercial transactions could never achieve. The third client of the evening was Maria Santos, whom Dimitri recognized as the Upper Stands resident, whose rooftop garden had become something of a local legend among residents interested in sustainable food production. She approached carrying a small water purification device that had malfunctioned, threatening to disrupt the careful resource management that enabled her gardening activities. Unlike previous clients, Maria's payment offer included both a selection of fresh herbs from her garden and an invitation to visit her rooftop space to discuss water conservation techniques that might benefit other residents. The water purifier repair required more extensive disassembly than previous evening's work, revealing contamination in the filtration system that had gradually reduced its effectiveness before causing complete failure. As Dimitri carefully cleaned and replaced the affected components, he and Maria discussed the broader challenges of resource management that affected residents throughout Diamond City, particularly those attempting to pursue activities like gardening that required careful allocation of scarce resources. "The purifier should work better than before," Dimitri announced after completing the cleaning and testing the restored device. The contamination had been building up gradually. Irregular maintenance could prevent similar problems in the future. "I could show you the cleaning procedure if you're interested in handling minor maintenance yourself." Maria's enthusiastic acceptance of this offer transformed a simple repair transaction into an educational exchange that would enable her to maintain her equipment independently while reducing her dependence on professional services. Their discussion of maintenance procedures expanded into broader conversation about technical skills sharing, resource conservation, and the potential for residents to become more self-sufficient in equipment care through informal education and mutual assistance. The herbs Maria provided as partial payment represented more than their immediate culinary value. They connected Dimitri to her broader network of residents interested in sustainable living practices, while providing him with resources that he could, in turn, share with other clients seeking to improve their nutrition or health through natural supplements. The interconnected nature of these exchanges created value multiplication that strengthened community resilience far beyond the immediate participants. Maria's invitation to visit her rooftop garden reflected the social dimension of night market exchanges that distinguished them from purely commercial transactions. The offer provided Dimitri with access to knowledge and techniques that could benefit other clients interested in small-scale agriculture, while giving Maria opportunity to share her expertise with someone whose own network connections could help spread sustainable practices throughout the community. As the night deepened and Diamond City settled into its quieter nighttime rhythms, Dimitri's operation attracted the attention of Security Chief Torres, whose evening patrol brought him through the area where the informal market activities were taking place. Rather than presenting an enforcement challenge, Torres's arrival provided opportunity for conversation about the role of informal economic activity in supporting community welfare and addressing needs that official systems might not adequately serve. "Evening, Dimitri." Torres greeted him with the professional courtesy that characterized his interactions with law-abiding residents, though his presence clearly indicated awareness of activities that existed in a gray area between official approval and outright violation of settlement regulations. busy night." Dimitri's response emphasized the community service aspects of his work, while acknowledging the regulatory complexities that his activities created, just helping neighbors with repairs and maintenance that might otherwise go unaddressed. Mrs. Park got her radio working again. Thomas has his jacket mended. Maria's water purifier is running properly. Everyone's happier. No one's being cheated or taken advantage of. Torres's familiarity with Diamond City's residents and their genuine needs created sympathy for Dimitri's activities, despite the technical violations of regulations governing commercial activity. His response reflected the practical challenges that law enforcement faced when community welfare conflicted with administrative requirements, particularly in cases where the activities in question clearly benefited residents without creating harm to broader community interests. "I understand what you're doing here," Torres acknowledged, his tone indicating personal support despite professional obligations. "People need these services, and they can't always afford the caps that formal businesses require. Problem is, Mayor McDonough's administration has been getting stricter about unlicensed commercial activity. Complaints from established merchants about unfair competition, concerns about tax revenue, pressure to standardize all economic activity through official channels." The conversation that followed revealed the broader political and economic pressures that threatened informal community support networks like Dimitri's night market operation. Established businesses argued that unlicensed activity created unfair competition and reduced tax revenue that supported settlement infrastructure. Administrative officials preferred standardized procedures that facilitated oversight and control, even when such procedures created barriers that prevented residents from accessing needed services. Yet Torres's personal familiarity with community needs created understanding of why informal networks developed, and why eliminating them might create more problems than they solved. His position as security chief provided him with direct knowledge of how social tensions increased when residents' basic needs went unmet, while his interactions with families throughout Diamond City gave him appreciation for the human costs of purely administrative approaches to economic regulation. "Is there any flexibility in how the regulations get enforced?" Dimitri asked, seeking to understand whether creative solutions might allow his community service to continue while addressing official concerns about standardization and oversight. Torres's response revealed both the constraints he faced as an enforcement officer and his personal commitment to finding approaches that served community welfare rather than simply administrative convenience. His suggestions focused on adaptation and discretion rather than confrontation, seeking ways to continue beneficial activities while reducing their visibility to critics who might demand stricter enforcement. "Timing and location matter," Torres advised, speaking as someone who understood both community needs and administrative realities. "Later hours, more discreet locations, emphasis on the service exchange rather than anything that looks like commercial competition. If complaints reach a certain level, I'll have to respond, but there's always some discretion in how enforcement gets prioritized." This guidance provided Dimitri with the framework for adapting his operations to continue serving community needs while reducing the political visibility that had begun attracting unwanted attention. The advice reflected Torres's skill in balancing competing demands, supporting beneficial community activities while fulfilling his professional obligations to enforce settlement regulations. As Torres continued his patrol and the night market activities resumed, Dimitri reflected on the challenges of maintaining informal community support networks in an environment where official systems increasingly emphasized standardization and control over flexibility and responsiveness to individual needs. The conversation had clarified both the risks he faced and the strategies that might enable his work to continue serving residents who depended on the services and connections that his evening activities provided. The night's remaining clients included several residents whom Dmitri had assisted regularly over previous months, their return visits indicating both satisfaction with his services and ongoing needs that formal commercial systems failed to address adequately. An elderly man brought a walking stick that needed reinforcement, offering hand-carved wooden items in exchange for the metalwork required to strengthen the support. A young mother sought help repairing her child's toy, providing fresh-baked bread as payment for work that required more patience than technical skill, but meant everything to a disappointed child. Each exchange demonstrated the personal dimension of community mutual aid that distinguished informal networks from purely commercial relationships. The services Dmitri provided often involved items with limited monetary value, but significant emotional importance, while the payments he received reflected personal effort and care rather than standardized pricing. These characteristics created social bonds that strengthened community cohesion while addressing practical needs that might otherwise go unmet. As the evening approached midnight and Diamond City settled into its quietest hours, Dmitri began the process of concluding his night market activities and preparing for the transition back to informal social interaction. His portable equipment was carefully packed and stored, leaving no trace of commercial activity that might attract unwanted attention during daylight hours. The area near the settlement's entrance resumed its appearance as simply a gathering place where residents might pause for conversation during their evening walk. Yet the effects of the night's activities would continue long after the visible signs of market operation had disappeared. Mrs. Park's restored radio would provide her family with days of entertainment and news broadcasts, while Thomas's repaired jacket would protect him during future scavenging expeditions. Maria's functioning water purifier would enable continued garden maintenance, while the herbs she had provided would enhance meals and support health for other community members. More significantly, the social connections created through service exchanges would continue developing in ways that strengthened community resilience and mutual support. Mrs. Park's growing friendship with Dmitri created opportunities for her to assist other residents through her own skills and resources, while Tomas's knowledge about scavenging locations would benefit multiple families seeking useful materials. Maria's networking with other residents interested in sustainable practices would spread knowledge and techniques throughout Diamond City. The winter months brought both challenges and opportunities to Dimitri's informal community service network. Harsh weather reduced the number of residents willing to venture outside for evening activities, but it also increased demand for repair services as equipment failures multiplied under stress from cold temperatures and limited heating fuel. The seasonal challenges created opportunities for Dmitri to expand his services, while adapting to changed circumstances that required different approaches to community support. Indoor locations became necessary as outdoor gathering became impractical during severe weather. Mrs. Park's kitchen emerged as an informal meeting place where residents could seek assistance while sharing warmth and companionship during long winter evenings. The domestic setting enhanced the social aspects of service exchanges while providing natural cover for activities that might otherwise attract unwanted official attention. The expanded network that developed during winter months included residents who contributed specialized skills, knowledge, or resources that complemented Dimitri's repair capabilities. A retired teacher offered literacy instruction in exchange for equipment maintenance, while a former mechanic provided automotive knowledge that helped residents maintain their transportation. These collaborative relationships created a distributed support system that was more resilient than any individual operation could be. Spring's arrival brought opportunities to expand night market activities while implementing the lessons learned about discretion and community integration during the winter months. Rather than returning to a single visible location, Dimitri's services became part of a distributed network that operated through multiple small gatherings throughout Diamond City. The approach reduced the commercial visibility that had attracted regulatory attention while increasing access for residents in different areas of the settlement. The evolution of Dimitri's work from individual service provision to community network facilitation reflected broader changes in how Diamond City's residents understood mutual aid and community support. Rather than viewing such assistance as charity or temporary help, they had begun recognizing informal networks as essential infrastructure that complemented official services while addressing needs that formal systems could not efficiently serve. As summer arrived and outdoor activities resumed throughout Diamond City, Dimitri's role had evolved from night market keeper to community connector, facilitating relationships and exchanges that created value far beyond any individual transaction. His evening activities continued, but now involved coordinating between residents with complementary needs and skills rather than providing all services directly himself. The success of the network had attracted attention from residents of other settlements who visited Diamond City and observed the community cohesion and mutual support that characterized daily life within the Great Green Wall. Traders and travelers carried news of Diamond City's informal cooperation to distant communities, creating interest in similar approaches to community resilience and mutual aid. Some visitors requested guidance about establishing similar networks in their own settlements, though the challenges of distance and communication made such expansion difficult without formal organizational structure. Dimitri found himself consulted about the principles and practices that had made Diamond City's informal networks successful, sharing knowledge that might help other communities develop their own approaches to mutual aid and resource sharing. As the year progressed and Dimitri's network continued expanding and adapting to changing community needs, he reflected on how his simple desire to help neighbors had evolved into a community institution that strengthened social bonds while addressing practical needs that formal systems sometimes overlooked. The work had demonstrated that individual initiative, when guided by genuine concern for community welfare, could create lasting positive change that benefited far more people than initially anticipated. The evening routine that had begun as personal service sharing had grown into a symbol of Diamond City's capacity for innovation and adaptation in addressing the challenges of post-war life. Rather than simply accepting limitations imposed by official systems, residents had created alternative approaches that preserved human dignity while ensuring that essential needs were met through community cooperation and mutual support. Mrs. Park's kitchen, which had served as winter meeting place, remained a gathering spot where residents continued sharing meals, information, and assistance even as warm weather enabled outdoor activities to resume. The social connections forged during months of indoor cooperation had created lasting friendships that enriched daily life throughout Diamond City, while providing foundation for continued mutual aid and community resilience. As autumn returned and the cycle of seasons continued its eternal rhythm, Dimitri's work had become integral to Diamond City's social fabric in ways that transcended any individual service or exchange. The network he had helped create demonstrated that community welfare could be enhanced through informal cooperation that operated alongside official systems, rather than in opposition to them. The evening hours still found him near Diamond City's entrance, but now his activities involved coordinating between residents rather than providing direct services, facilitating connections that created value through collaborative effort rather than individual expertise. The evolution reflected both personal growth and community development, showing how individual initiative could catalyze broader social change when aligned with authentic community need. Security Chief Torres, whose evening patrols continued to bring him through areas where informal network activities took place, had observed the positive effects of community cooperation on settlement security and social stability. His reports to Mayor McDonough emphasized the contributions that mutual aid networks made to community welfare, providing evidence that informal cooperation complemented rather than undermined official governance and economic systems. Crime rates in areas with active mutual aid networks are consistently lower, Torres noted in one particularly detailed report. Residents who feel supported by their communities are less likely to engage in theft or other antisocial behavior. The networks also provide early warning about developing problems, domestic disputes, mental health issues, substance abuse, that allows intervention before they become serious security concerns. This official recognition of the value created by informal community networks provided protection for activities that had once existed in regulatory grey areas, while validating the community service approach that Dimitri and others had developed through practical experience rather than administrative planning. The recognition reflected growing understanding that community welfare required multiple approaches working in coordination, rather than single systems attempting to address all needs. As winter approached once again, Dimitri's network had achieved the stability and community integration that ensured its continuation regardless of individual participation. The principles and practices developed over months of experimentation had become part of Diamond City's social infrastructure, preserved through the relationships and understanding that residents had developed through their participation in mutual aid activities. The evening hours continued to bring residents together for assistance, companionship, and the kind of human connection that created meaning beyond simple survival. Mrs. Park's kitchen remained a gathering place where stories were shared along with meals, where problems were discussed along with solutions, and where the work of building community happened, one conversation at a time. Dimitri's role had evolved from service provider to community elder, someone whose experience and understanding of mutual aid principles made him a resource for residents facing challenges that required collaborative solutions. His evening activities continued, but now involved teaching others to facilitate their own networks rather than depending on his individual efforts to address all community needs. The tools that had once defined his night market operation, repair instruments, reference materials, containers of supplies, remained important, but they had been supplemented by the more significant tools of community building, listening skills, conflict resolution techniques, and the ability to recognize connections between people with complementary needs and capabilities. As the year concluded and Diamond City prepared for another winter, the informal networks that had grown from Dimitri's simple desire to help neighbors had become a permanent part of the settlement's approach to community welfare. The success demonstrated that individual initiative, when guided by genuine concern for others and supported by community participation, could create lasting institutions that enhanced quality of life for entire populations. The lights of Diamond City twinkled in the early evening darkness as residents throughout the settlement concluded their daily work and transitioned to the social activities that enriched their lives beyond simple survival. In kitchens and workshops, meeting rooms and quiet corners, the work of community building continued through countless small exchanges of assistance, knowledge, and human connection. Dimitri's evening routine now included visiting multiple gathering places where residents continued the mutual aid activities that had become integral to Diamond City's social fabric. His presence provided continuity and expertise, but the networks themselves had achieved independent sustainability through the relationships and understanding that participants had developed over months of collaboration and shared experience. The tools of his trade remained important, the instruments and knowledge that enabled him to provide tangible assistance to residents facing practical challenges. Yet the more significant tools had proven to be the social skills and community understanding that enabled individual assistance to multiply into collective benefit, creating value that enriched entire communities rather than just immediate participants. As the Commonwealth night settled over Diamond City and residents throughout the settlement concluded their evening activities, the informal networks that had grown from one man's desire to help his neighbors continued their quiet work of building community resilience and mutual support. The success of these efforts demonstrated that the future of post-war society would be shaped not just by official institutions and formal systems, but by the countless individual choices to help rather than ignore, to connect rather than isolate, and to build community rather than simply seek personal survival. The Great Green Wall stood silhouetted against the starlit sky, protecting Diamond City's residents not just through its physical barrier, but through the social bonds and mutual aid networks that made their community more than just a collection of individuals seeking safety. Within those walls, the work of rebuilding civilization continued through the patient efforts of people like Dimitri, whose commitment to community service had helped create the social infrastructure that would support generations of residents yet to come. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow Vault Dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.